Okay, there's the box. Interesting shape.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited by the pawnbroker. With the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside.
Yep. Bitch. It's Morse code. It's Morse code. That's exactly what it is.
Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box uses miniature music box movement. No, it's for Morse code, you dungus. It is definitely Morse code.
And this is too much to expect.
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back the Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windybank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGilded's disc. It was a disc of the victim in the omnibus.
But why? For heaven's sake! Were we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music disc to Mr. McGilded?
It's been a while since he's raised his hand like that. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music and this disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait! My lord!
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc is, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil a somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to the understanding of what happened. The prosecution has no objection. Again, he works for Lord Chief Justice. So, obviously, the greater scope villain of this story. But no! That piece of evidence is police property and come on! Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Oh, it actually fits. Yep, it's Morse code. That sounded like Morse code.
What on earth? It's certainly not what I would call music.
They don't need to, because it's not on the part that plucks the strings. Or the keys, I should say. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. He's hearing the message right now. He's hearing the message. He understands it.
Mr. Graydon.
This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officers sent to fetch it and dropped it on the way back into the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that the music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from this box possibly be a new clue? It's a new clue, bitch. I believe it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord. But how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
Yeah, the lady with the Morse code, she should have recognized the pattern at least. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him is rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that he's making it appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance? I can't fucking talk anymore. Relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The juror that's a telegrapher. Well, the long sounds are the dashes. That's usually how it works. The defense believed that the sound emanating from this music box not supposed to be music. There is a pause. But there is a pause. That is technically the dash, or the longer sound. Just because it's a mere music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Well, I don't know Morse code, but if you do, then, you know, you could figure it out. Yes, but very short successive notes could be longs as well as pauses too. Well, I don't know Morse code. Yeah, but that's written Morse code. How does it sound, though? The end of the word? Okay. Just because it's a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Mr. Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
And making deductions based on people react to what you say. You're acting like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. But now that you've told us what they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed arguments. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that as fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet. He's like, eh? It's been a while since we've seen this face.
Bruno? I just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press for the defense for an answer. If your assertion that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of his latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... Communications and allies, apparently they're being intercepted. Communications. That's the question, isn't it? Are you looking for a career, Bruno? Mm-hmm. No, you can't pick people in this game. You're not able to switch to people. But I think I have to do this. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's this, because there's nothing else about Morse code here, or messages.
Take that!
Don't worry, I got a billion lives. I'm immortal.
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Breakfast Plunder. Only supporters of your case.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, it's a very serious matter.
Oh, fuck. I choked.
Being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are being somehow being intercepted. Fuck, I can't talk anymore. That means I need some more water.
Delicious.
The juror isn't in. Also, we got all of this. 27. God, these two blokes. And lead to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop! Me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court that before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Ah, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it!
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yes!
Order! Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel! Deserving of capital punishment!
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expect you to know.
For our sovereign governments, confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price.
Yes. And on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill did perish, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! Spin! Yes. When he's like super sure about something, big spin. Huge spin. Big.
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I have to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prating away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies to respond to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Windybank. That being the most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. To the gallows.
Oh my goodness.
But the heinous act of high treason is no less a crime, no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Flagitious. No idea. No idea what that means.
Hold it!
Oh! 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 You gotta let us a bit of rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name Snash Skulkin. Occupation is professional Betty. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Oh, we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. Motherland? Our motherland? Amazing. Beautiful. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Loverland. No. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. He's not. They just want to adopt him. No, they just want to adopt him, but he's not. He's not related to them at all. It's a joke. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiated with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all he done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to do. What he told us to do? Had we known what was dodgy government secrets involved, he wouldn't have touched it. Huh, interesting. The witnesses are fighting.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One, Mr. will do, Governor. What's up?
I take it that you now admit to the crime. That night in question, did you indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did.
Quiet it down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotten getting us all mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. That was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the gay says shove it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Yay! We got the evidence. Alright, I really want to look at it. Oh my god, before we do, I want to look at it. Ooh. Ooh la la. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, doesn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, the movement. Thanks to all the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the cone are different heights, so each one produces a different tone.
Did I save? No. But it auto-saves, we're fine.
But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it's strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. So, anything else about this music box? There's a button there. What does that do? Oh.
What is it, Runa?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom opens up as well. Does it write down the dashes and stuff?
Ah, you're right. Well, come then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that, there's another movement on the underside.
Oh shit. Cool. This is really cool. There was two! Remember when there was two? Egert, he did say that there was two discs. So does that mean you can put another disc and play on its backside?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
There was two. They're linked.
So if I had two discs, we would play back at the same time.
Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement's like the other one. The comb teeth are all the same length.
So this movement only produces a single note, like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth of the two combs isn't the same. So the single one producing the movement will be a single one tone that we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. So this is the long notes that we're missing. A music box that can only play two tones. Interesting. It is really cool. Wait, the thing didn't update though. And I want it to update. I guess it's not time yet, eh? Alright. It's cool because it means it can stand like this. That's really neat. See how for Mr. McGill it sits in the music box the man deposited at Windbanks. It couldn't be more perfect fit.
There's no question then. The disc is designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, its sounds it produces are neither musical, nor they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder.
It's like a PlayStation. You mean like the readers? PlayStation uses laser though.
If perhaps there's more to the music box that meets the eye, maybe we haven't discovered all the secrets yet.
But I already did discover all the secrets, god damn it. I guess I do need the other disc in order to make the music box change the description there. Because this is the one that we put in there. We need another disc. But we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. Graydon's counter. Alright. Time to press everything.
Hold it!
So this newspaper headline, accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. I can never say that word. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff and the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop! I must say something, stop!
Let me guess.
Juror number 5. We regular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs being used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of idol. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used by these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions were always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees can't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. We'll say something. Stop.
It is saving us.
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. And he's received top prize in cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating. It's like, go on, ma'am. Incriminate him. Keep going. You're helping me.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Even Morse code? We'll see. I think this is the part where we're going to talk about the second disc, eh?
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. But are you? Are you familiar with Morse code? Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I will be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
A binary code. Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is an A. And this is a B.
That's a little long for a B.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it has the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to its apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. But it's part of it. It's part of it, though. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? A music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. I wonder how his breakdown is gonna show. Imagine if those short little bangs of his are actually a toupee. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Stop. Need to say, but... Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Could it be possible that to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? I don't know. I don't know. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in leaking the government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to only produce a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code?
Oh, what we already did. Okay, fine. Here you go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
What is it, Runo?
I already, oh no. Yay! Yes, I just need to present this part. And by the way, I can't go faster than this. Come on. I'm going to present.
Got it!
There we go.
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code to convey a message. I can't fucking talk anymore. I will get out of this funk. It is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? His poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, my learned friend were able to present the course with the second disc. That would be another matter, well. But I don't have it! I can't, at the moment. And if I may remind the court... Sholmes, are you gonna appear with a copy of that disc you made? That would be really cool if you gave me a copy right now. May I remind the court that the witness has pointed out that he was not the one in the omnibus with Mick Gilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over discs or the disc or discs.
Indeed. That was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Even though he also had a top hat. He could have been there too.
Though that has holes, I must admit, the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I must maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. Maintain it, asshole. Negotiating McGill did anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man, but maybe it was you! Maybe it was you!
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. But some people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How could a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved in the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker for an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Look at that smug smile.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
So smug. Extremely smug.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you so, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me though it was me popping over the natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
A sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure. They say Graydon's in old China.
Why is he so happy?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
The other one. Oh, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who? Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have an old laugh together way back then.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? He's reminiscing.
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now with his fancy whistle and fruit, and you wouldn't Adam and believe it.
You wouldn't believe it.
But when I was younger, he was a poorer part of town just like us.
Using the emojis? You bastard. Love it. I love it. Is that so?
But he was clearly a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like whatever never have gone through in our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run?
Milverton! Milverton! Mason Milverton!
That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh my goodness. That's great.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Put it in the testimony. Put it in the testimony. You know, those two had the same features.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn your attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. Of course. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
These two.
Say no more, the Skulkins never saw Skulkin.
There we go. There we go. Wow, wow, wow.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going because we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? Oh no, not this shit. Not this crap. Should I just leave it? Nah, I'll ask. So how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would visit with his cart, deliver milksy. If you stuck your empties outside the door, he would leave you the full again, right? So, we swooped in on action and got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk and half the price of other geezers doing it. People wouldn't want to sign the old dotted line. We were racking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We're too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, we were only going simple because you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empties with the buttons once anyone who wasn't in our books. A doodle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime.
It was 'cause of harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was I'm what came up with the idea, as is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, that's what we had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself education and get on the storm we live in. Cool. We all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him what's soft in the head and to think about it. Think it. But look at him now. He's only become blinking communication officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Jones and Wilson Milk Run.
No, Iris. Don't even think about it.
Iris is so devious. All of a sudden, we seem to be on and up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it isn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be watertight as ever. I think I need to show the autopsy. Or the post-mortem on that one last thing, because they have the same names. Right? Or wait, no. No, he's not the victim in this case. So it has to be Susato's case file. It's the case file from the previous case, so it has to be her file. Right? Brain hurty. My brain hurts. It's burning. I wonder if the key of making us headway with a cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Alright. Let's go back to that last point. Government secrets involved. And then we have Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Alright. Let me save. Because I might have it all wrong and might be testing this out a couple of times. Alright. Eee. Yeah, because this is representation papers. And this is about the bullet. Yeah, so it's this. Because it has Milverton's name on it. Yep. I have to show this. That's the connection. Here we go. Present.
Objection!
Shit. Shit. I knew it wasn't gonna be right.
There's clearly something odd in here indeed, your behavior, counsel.
God damn it.
You have to press more on that last statement? Really? But I thought I already pressed on it. Oh wait, I have to ask about the other fucking. It's one of those. It's one of those. I have to, like, press on it again and ask about the other option. Yeah, fuck. It's one of those.
Hold it!
Come on. Come on. The business name. God damn it, I should have asked about the name first because that's the connection. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought clever dog clogs like you have worked that one out. That's... Enough of this. Ah, shit. So he's the son of Milverton, hey?
Objection!
Fuck, I didn't read it. Let me guess, you won't accept anything else to these two witnesses are saying. How much longer are we expected to... Okay. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
Everyone, the happiest of homes where that one came from. His old man was struggling for money so much. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, say.
There you go. Yep, it's his son.
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Ashley Milverton. Yep. Milverton? So that's supposed to be your surname. It did it. Of course not. It's all bunkum. I've been a Graydon ever since I was born. You really think I can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. Oh boy. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
I gotcha there, bitch. Gotcha there. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and it could turn out to be extremely important. Oh, there we go. That updated. Okay.
Ah, gotcha, bitch. We got you, bitch.
Okay. Let's skip all of this. We already had all of that. Now I can show that freaking record. Susato's the best. Susato's the fucking best. If it wasn't for Susato, we wouldn't be able to solve this. Okay, there it is. Milverton and Skulkin. Alright. Here we go, baby! Now it's gonna work. Maybe. I hope. I hope it's gonna work. Oh boy.
Objection!
No! No! Why not? Why not? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no? ¿Qué es lo que tengo que utilizar, cabrón? What the fuck?
Wait a minute, did another case, did another one of these statements change? Oh, there we go. Fucking... motherfucker. Motherfucker, there it is. Wrong statement. I showed the wrong thing to the wrong statement. I'm just gonna throw this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna throw this up his ass. Just gonna fucking slap him with this little book. Fucking hate. There you go. Fucking.
Objection!
Fuck. I was so excited. I was so fucking excited. Don't worry about it. It autosaves. I still have like 3 lives left. I'm okay. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your name, your former name, from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
Look at this. Look at Susato's notes. They're helping so hard right now. They're lifting the entire case up. I have here notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Didn't you read the notes? Nah, don't worry, this is Susato's notes. We're so close to the end of this, I feel it. I can feel it. Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Van Sykes is like, hey bitch, you work for the government, meaning all your information is accessible to us. I know, right? We'll see, we'll see. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Nice little twirl. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? Beyblade. He's a fucking Beyblade? Oh my goodness. A Beyblade. That you said you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and sending it on to McGilded. It's a great and concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
Yep, we still need the second disc. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago. An attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn here. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? I never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only the one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, in which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Okay. Okay. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket! Dude, what did I say? What did I say? Yeah! I knew it! That was gonna be so cool! I knew it! Oh, that's awesome! I'm so happy I called it, baby! I called it! We got him, lads! Oh yeah, 100 in the pockety. I should have let you guys poll over that. Does he not feel anything? Maybe. Everything else has been a shock. What? Here we go. You were there 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windenbank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. Oh my god. Wait, let me look at this. I love to see a man in pain.
Wow. Wow.
Good thing you didn't, cause I would have put everything into yes, I know what happened. Why is he so handsome? He's trying to play it off. He doesn't notice the wound opens up until it well does. Yeah, sometimes you're injured and until you look at the injury, you don't really feel much. You're running on a freaking adrenaline. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He got you now, me old China. They'd call it Twix and a croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Here we go. Fine. I admit it. I was there at Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And, as you noticed, I sustained an injury in course of my adventures. Yeah, he's probably gonna deny that he killed Windybank, though. But that is all. I admit to nothing. See? See? See what I tell you? He's not going to say that he killed Windybank. He obviously did. Stealing government secrets. Negotiating with McGilded. Oh my god. As God as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, until I can show him harder evidence, I suppose. It all comes down to the pawn dude's murder. And that he denies that he's, doing treason. Nevertheless, the defense now has established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. A bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun that hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And a bullet from Windybank's gun. Clearly, must have been from one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility the man shot himself.
And that leaves us only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightfully say. I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Ah, shit! What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. God damn it. Man, he's really not going down without a fight. And we're so close to the end, I can taste it. Mm-hmm.
Order! Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of the theatrical trial.
Hey, what I said. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have to be incriminated yourself as the killer. Mm-hmm. Oh, I understand fully. The entire time he was on the stand, I was like, you fucking little bitch.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Sorry. I'm okay. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Moment of the shooting. Yay!
Oh my god. Here we go.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole through the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Wait a minute, what? What?
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony.
Tossed the gun? Yeah, she had the gun in her hand.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
The twigger. Pulled the twigger.
Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. What a dick. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Except he wasn't, because we have proof of that. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, there would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So there is true science, not an amateur's detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious of Turley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. It's true, Iris. I'm sorry. It needs to be tested by a bunch of people first. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over Ginny's coat. And they tested with the chemicals.
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting that happened yesterday! It's to identify blood, but not whose blood? It doesn't identify whose blood it is, though. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. And from he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Sykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Again? My god. So many fucking statements. So many statements.
Oh yeah, that was a. I didn't press on any of them, didn't I?
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel?
Yes, my lord.
A cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Oh boy. Tensions are high. Alright.
Hold it!
What kind of bullet does that dirty job? Usually the bigger the bullet, or spread shot, will make a huge splatter.
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when we suddenly appeared to and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Unfortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. Hey, we're just regular madman and burglars. Burglars? That's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say that you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help the little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. I pulled me gun on the old fella, and too soon I made him scupper.
A pair of you upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize that it happened, of course. Things clashed on the floor as the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. But the bullet went to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped up my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you too, do you think? Shoot you, do you think? Well, now I don't imagine I ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, I didn't quite strike home. When I called a gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door on the back.
It's probably bandaged up, but it's open. It's an open wound.
At which point, what did you do?
You need stitches, man.
Okay.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him after the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, surprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening up. I just had a thought. Cat door. Cat door. I think that's gonna be relevant. They didn't mention that shit all out of nowhere. It's probably gonna be relevant, these motherfuckers. I'm looking at a little door like here, and I'm like, but what if there's one in the bottom? Wouldn't that be apparent in the photos? Let's see. There is a one. Shit. Fuck. Never mind then. I just had the thought. Well, there's a small opening about the height that lets you see what is in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Wait, no! It has a flower! It has a flower on it! It has a flower on it! It has a flower on it, dude! It has freaking her crest on it! Maybe it was made with that thing. The crest. Yeah, the little knob had the crest of the flower crest. Mm-hmm. That's her design. That's her motif. Why would it be there? Oh, not about you burgling brothers. Did you see what went through this peephole as well? No, not likely, Gov. There ain't nothing of the sort, Gov. I thought these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank at the place take place. Oh yeah, let me look at that one too. You're right.
Oh yay! What if it was made after the fact?
It's a little hard to see. It's really hard to see, actually.
Oh, puta madre cabrón! It's there!
It wasn't there before! It wasn't there before!
Oh shit! Oh shit, man!
So it was locked on the inside, he made the cat door, and then he shot him. Fucking, I love this case. Dude, it's the knob that gave it away. But I was like, cat flaps. Got it before me? Wait, why would Grayson need a cat door tool? Have a cat door tool? It was introduced. It was introduced before. And I was like, that's a dumb thing to introduce. I wonder if it's going to be relevant in any way.
And lo and behold, this is what you call a Chekhov's gun. Chekhov's gun, baby!
It was introduced as something Iris had, yes. Yes, indeed. This is a big mystery.
This is a big mystery.
Oh my god. Oh my god, don't tell me. No, you're not telling me. No. Oh man. Jeez. Oh man, oh man. Oh god, oh man, oh god, oh man. Anyway, we'll just have to press on.
Gina's secret hole.
Unless he was told about it. Here's the thing. Like, the only two people that went in here and would have had the gun is Sholmes and Gina. Who else? Who else? What happened that day? Oh man. Oh man. I guess we'll have to continue and see if the mystery is revealed. I have no idea how could have happened, but yes, the door was not there before, and that little knob with her crest on it gave it away immediately. Iris the killer. More likely than you think. That's funny. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
A defendant. Also, let me turn on the lights. It's getting real dark.
It's actually super dark. Turn on the lights. There we go. Give me a little good stretch. Ow. There we go.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Iris didn't know her true parentage, her true last name is the killer.
Ah.
I mean, we still don't know why Wilson was even killed. And I don't think the game is gonna answer that. I don't think the game is gonna answer this in this game in particular. God, that would be a very long ending.
A defendant.
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then what did you see next?
Okay.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, it's a bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. Yeah, but he already said third gun, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. What? Come on.
Objection!
Yeah, object. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, broker turned to run. And it was in that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
I don't know about that.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being much darker color. But I assure you the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
Oh, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from the Mr. McGilded case, who stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they accept Honey's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
She tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Then wouldn't that mean that you have the gun? Show us the gun, bitch.
Show us the gun, bitch! Show me the gun!
Oh man. Ow. This is wild.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
The direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. But without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. That's so far-fetched. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the crime scene. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so a whistling flute whirl told us to tidy up. He thinks our blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the set with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Oh.
Oh my gosh!
You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? That's funny. Oh my goodness. I think I can click on either of these guys, huh? But,
Excuse me!
gentlemen. Hey. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an oogling, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazey he didn't you mention the third gun when you got you down the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. He got really passionate. Get me prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me, I'm telling you. This dude gives me the willies. That was strange. Yep, this confirms the peephole thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Really, the knob having Iris's logo gives it away immediately. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Crexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light. No matter what I say to him.
But that's to you. Yes, well, I think you might be special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, That was definitely out of character.
Interessante. Interessante indeed. Don't tell me I have to go back and finish. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. The blood. Oh, no. Shit. I thought we were gonna have more time. Fuck.
Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. We have results on the test that we ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
Oh, there you have it.
Fuck! The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they are a sort of splattering following a gunshot.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch!
End of report. Goodness me.
Fuck. Oh my god. See, what did I tell you?
You son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his overcoat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded was fatally stabbed by Mason Milverton. Ryunosuke, they said that it was from a gunshot wound. They're going to fucking objection this right now. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Here we go. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence?
Yeah, but that's been refuted already.
And yet now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of...
Shatters, get it? Because he just shattered the chalice?
Any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country. But that was...
Call it a bally disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. How will you determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even so, you still wouldn't be able to answer that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such a faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held up Prosky to starving boy. He ran away crying.
You were trying to feed him a rat? Piroshki? Piroshki?
Prosky to starving boy. He ran away crying.
Protein?
Yeah, I suppose. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Piroshki. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? More food. More food that looks delicious. Food. That looks delicious. Yeah, he named the rat after food.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? A pig bacon, don't worry about it. No, it's more like calling the pig pie. I think it's not, you know, because it's not really made out of mice. He didn't hold out an actual piroshki. No, I think he meant the mouse. I think the mouse is called piroshki. Actually, no, it wasn't capitalized. So maybe he did held out a food for a starving kid. Which is really sweet, but, you know, he looks scary. Let me see. Yeah, it wasn't capitalized. So he gave a bun to a starving boy, but he ran away crying. Yep, it's not capitalized, so it's not a name. Yep, it's the food. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. It makes no sense, though. Like, why isn't everything else about her covered in blood, then? Come on, man. Come on. Come on.
My lord, it's been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision.
Oh no, fuck. Fuck.
Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Oh my god.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
Fuck. The defense has consistently failed to unpick his witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. God damn it. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Who's this? Is this Sholmes? And is he gonna bring his freaking cat door thingy? Held in such low esteem. Oh my god, this is awesome.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Nahara? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Nahara, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? And there he is. Mr. Sholmes. him so much. I love him so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is great.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh my god. He's so much taller than those two dudes.
Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
I will as I would be. Had I not been sent upon an errand.
And what errand? Yeah, the pumped up knee. He's such a gay man, I swear.
Hey, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. It would appear to be rather late to the rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Van Sykes?
This trial is taking many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, I don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Thank you, Van Sykes. Eat shit, Crimson. Eat shit.
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Hey.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Oh my god.
Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that even may prove too much for me. Pray forgive I should pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Oh, am I tapping without meaning to again? Shit, sorry. Like, is this the sound? That's me putting my wrist on the table so I can use the keyboard. You know what? That's me putting my wrist on the table. Sorry about that. Sorry. There's one way to fix it. There we go. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Wild for Herlock. Yes. Yes. Honey, this place is full of idiots. None of them see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine is really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble of refining it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Certainly not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear friend.
Susato? Susato? Susato?
I'm gonna cry. What's that? A lavender and Furushiki wrapping.
I'm leaving present. From Miss Susato.
It's a Lunchables. From Miss Susato.
If possible, matters will be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do to her this favor.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. Susato left you some Lunchables. Save, have a pizza for me. Extra pepperonis. If you don't want the chocolate bar, give it to me.
Or is it an Oreo cookie?
And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, for you would find yourself in considerable peril.
Considerable peril? Okay. Fighting fairly as you are wont to. Okay. Okay, now I understood that sentence. That was a composite sentence that took me a second to realize what the fuck it was saying. That was a double wombo of a sentence.
At that very moment of crisis, you were here to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Bitches. 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 Awesome.
That's the best. This is the best.
What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Meow meow meow. What a good kitty. Mm-hmm. I remember video game. That's how I solved it so immediately. I remembered.
The cat flipper mat.
But how the fuck did he get his hands on it?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Susato! You're the best judicial assistant ever! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're the best!
What? Didn't she say something like that? The best judicial assistant in the world. Baby. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Wendy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
What the fuck? What did Susato do? Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flipper mat that night. But why? What in the world? What in the world? You know, I completely forgot that Susato actually came with you that day. That night, I should say. Let me put this back in here.
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already.
I'm grateful for you affording us a brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider the summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I love that he's dark and Sholmes is in bright colors. It's a really good contrast between the two.
I wonder. Mr. Nahara. Yes. The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly.
My lord, the defense requests... Oh, shit. Okay, time to save. Time to save. I don't think we need a summation. Do we need a summation examination? I don't think so. That doesn't really make sense, right? It's another non-choice? I don't know. But I would do the cross-examination because it was paused. It was paused. Yeah, we should continue it. We never got to finish it. I think that's what we should do. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Did that piss you off?
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not.
Hey. But it was paused. It was paused, Van Sykes.
Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with an existing witness. What?
That's right.
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Yep, I remember. We interrupted it. I was there, video game. I was there. This is the last case, so they're using a lot of flashbacks. It's also a very complicated case.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
God, he has heels. Anyway.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit a re-admitting of protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
Okay, that's good enough. His damage and animation is very dramatic.
Counsel, you must choose but once.
Whoa, what one statement?
From the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in the court of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence? Well, puta madre, man. This is the last thing, I guess.
If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication.
One opportunity, one shot. Big save, hell yeah, I will.
Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further?
My lord,
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. A single evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Narhodo, it's high time I fell into dead faint. Bye.
Oh no, don't fall! He's gonna faint right now.
I leave this in your capable hands.
They just used the same animation. I love him so much. I love him so much. Oh god, it's the way he is. He just accept him. Mr. Jones! Are we gonna see his model on the floor? Nope. No, we're not gonna see it, aren't we? Nope. Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny.
Time for me to die, Mr. Narhodo. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. The judge is smart. He's cultured. Strike a man when he's down, why won't you? Why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
No, I'm not. But I know that we have to use the cat door maker. Yes, one statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Jones down. Or Iris. Slap them cheeks. Get ready. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Okay, now let's read it carefully. First I will save the game, of course, yes. Again. I'm just gonna save right here. Yep. Ow, ow, ow.
Ooh, baby.
Ruffians were jostling with the broker. I was near the entrance of the shop. And then Windy Bank threw Nash over the counter. Pursued the man, but shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. Through the door, though. What are the rest? The accused in the black cloak shot the man who was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. And then tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my mistake. Okay. It's gotta be this statement. It needs to be this statement. Since, you know, it's the one talking about the peephole that didn't exist before.
That did not exist.
Alright. I'm pretty sure it's this. I think. Can we look at this though? Oh my goodness. It has like a little saw mechanism here. And then the hinges are placed, I guess. What a weird little machine. Oh my god! Whew! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip up almost through anything. Through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? And they're made of special alloy I developed just for this job. The counter rotates 10 times per second, so I can get through almost any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are those two pots at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make a mincemeat even the toughest of doors.
That is very scary indeed. Yes, the music is intense. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it when it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flippomat. Flappomat is a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
That's very concerning. Also, Wagahai is the name of Soseki-san's story. So, I think that's it. That's all that we're going to say about this, eh? Jesus Christ. Alright. I saved. Here we go. Presentos. Yes, I fucking did it, baby. The music stopped.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flappomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through almost any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. A small doors for cats to come in and go as they please, without their owners. I'm sure we can all work that out for them ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't, to start with. There was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Now, being a keeper of cats and myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if we described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork, the yard, as it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Jones.
Yes, there was 3 of us together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of that device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked room.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How much more could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What?
He did not see anything through a peephole. Let's see.
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. Oh boy. Oh boy. What I mean is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such much time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? Eat shit.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being woefully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Yeah, she broke the law, but without this, there wouldn't have been that discrepancy in that witness's testimony.
Riddled with. Explain yourself, counsel.
She is in fact best girl. But we still don't know how she knows about the Baskervilles story. Even though I'm pretty sure it's because she already knew Wilson, or maybe her dad knowing Wilson and, you know, passed along the story, maybe. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole of the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man at the back. However, at the time of the incident, that peephole did not exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Awesome.
Order. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. We got big evidence. We got huge evidences. Of course it is. You seriously expect some people to believe that anything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Ah yes, I decided to be very powerful. He could even cut through the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I won't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Okay, Curry, time for dinner.
Oh my god. She made one. She made one in this frickin' room. She made one and nobody noticed.
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. The Old Bailey is sacred. But you brought this pussy with you, making it a whore.
Unbelievable. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the people in the storeroom at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps and my flapomat creates they're all fixed sized. And the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match. All Silky's lustful words.
Excellent work, Kairos. Thank you. And now it's time. It's my learned friend, student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us presume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Sykes?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact there is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my non-friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Oh shit. Oh well, we got these two photos. We got these two big photos, eh?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Sykes. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Bruno. There's a time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Yeah, the photos, I didn't notice it before until they showed us a close-up of the peephole. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a second. That was really cool. I wouldn't have known if they didn't give us a close-up, honestly. It's such a small detail. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Aww. Aww. I'm going to go to sleep. Cry a lot. So sweet. That's so sweet.
Very well. A counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made.
We're the sad cat pick right now. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. That's me. I'm both these cats at once.
Very well, the counsel of defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door Windy Mac's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Easy, my lord. It's this one. See that? See down there, there's no peephole. And there it is. Awesome, 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 awesome. It's so subtle. Really good, really good, really good.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Mrs. Satomi Kotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had necessary proof. It is so fucking awesome. I never noticed until after they got the cat flap machine. I only noticed because they put so much focus on it, and then I noticed that the knob for the peephole has the exact same logo as her flowers. So that was the clincher. That was awesome.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
And this print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. The people. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercenary wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable, the door to the storeroom. It is completely devoid of a peephole in any description, of any description.
Gaydon. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the hole. In the door. The hole. In other words, your testimony. Yes, Bean! Is a catalogue of lies. Get fucked. Dance for me, gay boy, dance. Dance, gay boy, dance. No peeping hole.
Order! Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated his claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony is entirely fallacious.
That is not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. A woman tampered with the crime scene. Oh boy. But more importantly...
Good Lord, there's more, Lord Van Sykes. Calm the fuck down.
The difference may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. Oh, his hair. His hair is being undone. He's being completely undone. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at all the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this. But they're right. It stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris.
You know what they say. There's no point in locking a cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. There we go. Sorry, I had to crack my hands like that. I had to crack them.
As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. Oh, the music box stuff, of course, okay. It has to be that. That's the only thing that really doesn't match up with everything. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Enlighten the court. Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Provocative. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about anything about, namely, the peephole. Yeah, how did he know about the peephole? it's okay if he learned about the third gun or the bloodstains on the coat. But the peephole? How did he know about that? If it happened way after the fact, when he was no longer there. Alright. I think it's the people. Yeah, it's the people. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. And let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew about the existence of a peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously,
Has a cat caught your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars. Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I give the order to have the officers working around the clock and shifts, and so we can get through it all.
And consequently, there is no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you shouldn't have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Can I have a word, please, Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now and put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details of this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed by him by a certain person before his testimony. Well, Gregson, you have a lot to answer for. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details to the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Gregson? What are you doing? What are you doing, Gregson? Pretty sure it was Gregson, but instead, I'm going to say, just in casos. Alright. What are you doing, Gregson?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
I better have some proof to substantiate such a harash claim, my alert friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparations for this testimony have been made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
You're suggesting that until such a time that he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting the court that while this trial was in progress, he received the information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only other person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of investigations to this fella, eh? It was supposed to be his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that have transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed, following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
But we did interrupt them once.
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yep, they sure freaking spoke before. They sure freaking spoke before.
I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. The bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box at the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all of this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I be doing something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittingly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Cause he stole the disc, and they need that disc, cause he's a big old traitor. He got the disc, eh? To trade for the disc. We still need that second disc. This case is awesome.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, a striking deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Oh, I can't say that word. Well,
Objection!
So, Gregson has a very good reason to get that information to protect his country. But yeah, it's pretty nefarious. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witnesses in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Oh my god. I don't know if I have to show the disc or the box. Yeah, he wants the second disc, but what would he be showing him? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Who knows? Do you think you could be...
I can't even say the high pitch anymore. Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
So I don't know if I have to show the disc or the box. Strange rats only opponent has deposited Windimax 2 days over the overcoat. Let me save. I'm gonna say disc because that's the thing that's missing. And, you know, we already got the box, we got this disc, we need the other disc. So, I'm gonna present the disc.
Take that!
Points saved to redeem. I might add that actually. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting now, sunshine?
Yep, that was right. I did it right. I did it right. Hell yeah. I did it right. Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets of being leaked overseas in the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. Ow. Sorry, I hit my finger there. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little...
This song is awesome.
Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
Be taken whatsoever.
Okay, that's actually a long time ago, so... Sorry about that. That was really loud. Holy cannoli. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? that Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. But who killed McGilded?
I heard as well. The cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Secretly hush hush.
And that explains why I presented this disc as evidence to the court. You objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second D's of Music DevBoss discs, you indeed reveal the confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man of giving false testimony. You son of a bitch.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon would have known of the existence of the peephole. Hell. In the great tradition of Ace Attorney, it always comes down to the hole. The hole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between the two men. Dance. Dance, boys, dance.
Objection!
Hell. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? I didn't say that. How can we possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is in Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached the alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then you mean to say...
Hell.
Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand once. Since.
My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector...
He won't deny it, just take it out.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Did you... he was shaking another dude. I think the tall boy over here has it. The scrawny boy. I think Luigi has it.
Well, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts from any involvement, I will happily submit to the body search.
What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you are aware of the precipice in which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegations against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal defects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about a country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
Fuck. Okay.
It's true. I can imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement to something so critical. But this must have physically changed hands. Which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
There was another person he was interacting with, and that's Tallboy.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
You still persist from formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. The Tallboy.
Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well?
Don't say you weren't warned.
I forgot to save, but I'm pretty sure this is what you gotta do. I'm sure. You guys, I'm 100%. That 100% is now turned into 90%, but that's still 90%. That's pretty good. I feel mostly correct.
But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson you will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the
Wait. Oh.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
He slapped a baby slap. Naruhodo is also having trepidation.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Most of the last have you, Sunshine. The court shouldn't have put you up with all this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Is that... Oh, wow. Iris had enough.
Reno's doing what you all told him to do. And having the courage of his convictions. You should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Aww. Iris had enough. She's only 10-year-old, but she's so cute, so pure. Must be protected.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words.
The judge seems to be very interested in Naruhodo now. He's like, this kid got some spunk. I like the cut of his jib.
Hey, you what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know that disc. With that disc... Who has that disc at the moment? There's only one person it can be.
Now I save the game. Holy shit, because I can still be wrong here. But I'm pretty sure it's Tallboy.
Counsel, of whom you request this search now?
Freaking Luigi. Because he shook him up. Yep. It's gonna be Luigi.
Take that!
Hell yeah, I was right. Of my lord? Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Blimey, me in.
Very well then, bailiff. Retain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Inspector,
Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
They're very funny. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have authority to object. But Lord Van Sykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
bailiff, carry out the search. Open his butt cheeks if you have to.
I was an old Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here we go. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Here we go.
Good Lord, that's...
Another music box disc. Oh, nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Yes. Order, order, Mr. Skulkin. What have you to say for yourself?
Sneak 100. Gordon Bennett. Gordon Fleming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain exactly what is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
And for pity's sake.
Yeah, I did say that. I take full responsibility.
Why on earth is this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Shake!
Hey, he didn't know. I thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I never been born brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle-like and started shaking me. I can blaze you mentioned the third gun when we got you down the station. That's what he said. He right in my ear hole, he did. Me head's is throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. Looking at it now, it must have been then that he did that when he did it. That was the opportunity Mr. Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He did it. He hit it. He did it. You. I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. I was there, video game. But okay, more flashbacks. On the quiet. Give me more flashbacks.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in a court as evidence, it would be problematic. I'm pretty sure the Lord Chief Justice is the orchestrator of everything since the beginning. From Wilson. We just don't know why, though. We don't know why. Like, it makes sense if Lord Chief Justice is the one who protected Giselle Brett. Like, he's the only person of bigger power who would be like, yeah, this lady will not get, in trouble. Diplomatic immunity. Because he knew he was gonna send her to kill. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? The man just wants to see chaos. I think he wants extreme control. I'm operating under strict orders from the Ministry, and I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide that disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. And that will be ruined forever by one little Japanese lawyer.
So it was all a pretense.
You're in big trouble. You're in big trouble.
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you in this alleged deal?
Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly your Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then... How do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Scotland Yarders hate this one little trick. Hire a samurai to expose the secrets jeopardizing your whole nation because of one blonde idiot. Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit. Murder. Leaking government secrets. Striking a deal with the detective. All of this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. We still don't know what in the world could have been on the end of that cane. big questions. Big questions. Is there anything that would clue us in here? I don't think so. Nothing really resembles that thing. Does it? Nope. There's really nothing here that clues us in. Very interesting. It was missing from the start, too. Miss Susato is so great. I have no idea what any of that is about. You? What? Well, what about you then? Inspector Gregson? Do you admit I'm making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? He's not going to admit to it. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I do declare this and nothing more. I'm acting on the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. Yeah. Because he is trying to get government secrets out of the hands of these fucking guys. So I'm members of the public of this fine country. I like to think that justice will be your guiding light whenever you're making your decisions.
It's quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes won't doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of an idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson. If they've declared the decision now.
Is Jenny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole some government secrets. Or some evidence to force Mr. Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel.
I don't have the other disc with us, don't we? No, we do not have the other disc.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. And that would suck ass. That would suck ass.
So there's no other choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Oh my god. Okay. Well, we all know that Gregson is a good person. Or at least I would like to believe that. Graydon, obviously asshole. the jury. I don't think it's a good idea. So I'm gonna choose Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Give me that disc. Give me that disc. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Thoroughly. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit that the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Has deposited when the banks today. I'm gonna put the box, because he definitely doesn't want the music to be played, so... yeah.
Take that!
We already saved. Oh, that was the right thing! The music stopped. The music stopped. I did it right.
Yes. Is that Mr. McGilda's particular music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc ready in place, ready to play. Already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now it would be a good time to listen to the sound produced to the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel.
Here we go. Oh man, this music.
Hold it!
Gregson doesn't want that.
No, wait! I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well... Because it got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Are you sure?
Objection!
Are you sure? Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that the Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone we need to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? In order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad.
Oh man. Oh man. This is it. This is the bluff, dude. Except this is real. He has actual cards in his hand. That is his trump card. This is awesome. Wait a minute, trump card. This happened in Apollo Justice. This happened in Apollo Justice, remember? Your ace. Your ace! It is a bluff, but better. This is awesome. Man, Shu Takumi has gotten really good at writing these stories. Just really fucking good. Breaks country laws to preserve country secrets.
If you let that secret information into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. To be fair, this is actually the first time Shu wrote since Apollo. Yeah, of course. He was writing Leighton versus Phoenix Wright. So this would be the next game. So yeah, it feels like a very direct continuation, except backwards in time instead of the mainline series, which is so weird. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Yeah, I was recommended that video. I decided not to look at it though, so I didn't get to watch it. But after I finish it, I'll actually watch it again so I can see the visual cues. I only heard it. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh man, my lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. I fucking love this guy. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to the uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. He loves it, eh? He loves it. He loves how dramatic Ryunosuke is being, so he's like, I'm gonna take that line and I'm gonna toast to that. I love this guy. Next time I play, I'm gonna pour myself some fucking wine, baby. I'm gonna drink some wine for this.
Very well. The defense stands here. That of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance to the defense's request...
He loves it. I'm pretty sure he's actually having fun in this case.
The court will now listen to the music box set in the operation once more.
Hey, look at that. Pretty cool, eh? This is awesome. Look at this composition. It's so good.
This time, with a second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Here we go. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! It's a little late, don't you think? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, if you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for the music box disc, did you reveal the existence of a peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Easton lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess, we had to stood here and stand together. In the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
God. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, weren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and I told him details about the case that should have been put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
Ah. That makes sense now because he was not there for the murder of his father. God, his poor dad. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. It's for the good of an entire country, not a single girl. So, yeah. Yeah. It's very, very shitty. Very shitty indeed. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You're the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. his collar, his hair. Oh my god! Uh-oh. Save the man. Did he just spit out a freaking wedge? Did he just spit out a wedge?
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once!
No, he spat out a freaking chip. That's it then. It's all over. Yeah, a little potato chip just came out of his mouth.
Fatality.
He really used that pimp cane, eh? Cane cracked. Amazing. I despised my life growing up. Those slums were vile places. I was crushed from birth, born into poverty by the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about to studying, to better myself, to one day escape that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares in my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. This is really good. I love this. You deserve zero pity. You just became an emptier person. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone could live in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Yeah, I love it. You're a fiend with a square talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. God damn it, McGilded is the biggest bad guy.
of this game in particular. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. So I was responsible for the inspections of the Ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The law of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
Well, you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once made a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I fought my father once again to employ his services. It was the first time I seen him since the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I'm sure that it wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. Mr. Mason was good. Yes, he's 27. Actually, we can look at right now. 27. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box dicks made, yes! Let's talk wrong.
Music box sticks, eh? And he says a friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought a score with me. Two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? I'm in the loft.
Makes me some dicks. That's how I had make him the 2 discs. Man, Mr. Mason did not deserve this shit. Completely innocent this whole game. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You're making considerable precautions indeed. It was my protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged it with McGilded for 10 guineas. But then the receipt of the disc, on the receipt on the second disc, he would then pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened to the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal, in exchange for the second disc. No idea. No idea. Yes. I'd sold the man information in that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Ah. Okay.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it in the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself.
When I received the 10,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Oh, the This is so tragic, dude. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
It's not just an exchange. You let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
"Aw, man, Graydon has it all backwards. Money is what corrupted this man."
Capitalism. It all comes back to capitalism.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus and hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. I had no idea what he was actually... Yeah, what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that that disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Oh, man, that's heavy. It was only then I found what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Holy fuck. You know what? I agree, Graydon. Holy shit. Are you telling me he set the man on fire? Holy fuck. You know what? That's totally fair. Revenge. King shit. I mean, he's still an asshole, and a dumbass, and a shitface, and a classist. But it's also internalized classism. It's very much internalized classism. From freaking the trauma of being spat at and looked at as only riffraff. Hey, Van Sykes, maybe you could learn a lesson or two from this, you know, because you're kind of a classist yourself. As anyone with the remoteness knowledge of the man with no doubt will be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into the hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. Very not wrong this time. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you were willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. Holy fuck. Oh, don't worry, Mariposita. He died inside of the omnibus. It was set on fire. After he twisted everything in his favor in that courtroom to ensure he walked free. I took matters in my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. You know what? That's fucking awesome. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Holy fuck, that's freaking awesome! Go, white boy, go! Holy shit. He fucking prances and dances, but he will cut you up for hurting an innocent old man. Oh man, get his ass. Yeah, McGilded was absolutely trash from the beginning. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir. I would like you to follow me to the courtroom. How much do you want to know if this guy was disguised as the bailiff? Nah, he probably paid some people. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again, that was him! An imposter hired by me. Okay, an imposter hired by him. Okay. Not him exactly, just he bought somebody. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Honestly, this villain is awesome. Like, you're not completely innocent yourself, but man, I respect the cut of your jib. Yeah, this is great. Is mwah. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my Shan policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him a one-way journey to hell. Oh man. How satisfying. Very satisfying that it was all an act of revenge. He's evil, but not that evil. He's definitely a corrupted person. A very corrupt person. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed. And it's fucking awesome. That was the raddest thing I've ever heard.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes.
Sometimes it's really fun to see this level of sharp savagery. Absolutely.
There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because they've been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized I was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windybank's Pram Pokery.
Aye, this a Pram Broker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an autograph deposit there for you.
Yes, you are, aren't you? Took you a while, eh?
And there's no give me a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell him friend of Watchword. I put a jewel in a pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being so used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Honest pawnbrokeries are full of very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if I had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night, he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybank's afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down.
He really wasn't lying when he said the discs were really his.
How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another McGilded's pawns, as she must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her that had the ticket. So I started to make inquiries.
Also, his cane is no longer broken.
I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the workbook on redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks and to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it would already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
My goodness. Delicious.
Meanwhile, it was on investigation. The stolen government secrets was progressing, and I need to clear out my throat. He picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast.
Yeah, he did. Just like the cane.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions, examining whatever we could lay our hands on. Yeah, full-scale investigation going at the yard. We had to keep it secret as we could.
Then the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day. I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it had to be a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened in that night at the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
And he got shot.
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo had realized what had happened first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on the wretched night. This is great. Ow. Very, very good. Can't help but feel a little bad for him, eh? Earlier you called McGilded a monster. Yeah, I kinda sympathize as well. Just a little bit. It sucks. But he was willing to do a lot of shit. Honestly, I don't see why he couldn't trust... Well, I guess he would have been found of his wrongdoings, I guess. But all he really needed to do was destroy the first disc. That's it. Oh well. He's mostly earning a positive rep for me for murdering McGilded. Yeah, man. The raw-ass murder of McGilded is... so fucking raw. Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. And he became that exact same monster. What a tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Nope. Just a little bit. He's still guilty. He still did a bunch of bad shit. For money. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yeah, I know, Van Sykes. I sees it. I sees it. Yes, I think I have. Very sad. I love it.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Greedon?
He's been restrained, my lord. He's been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably you'll have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course. I understand why he did it. It's okay. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. Probably. Oh, probably. Very big gallows for him. Not only did he kill Windybanks, he also killed McGilded. Even if that one was absolutely warranted. Even if the second murder was accidental, he still manipulated, bribed a freaking cop. He did a bunch of bad shit and stole government secrets, which is really, really bad. That's freaking national security for money. But Gregson will be fine. You'll just get a big salary cut. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You gotta imagine that this is like pointing to the First World War. This was a very real issue at the time, and still is to this day.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. The Garde Squadron is standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push. Final call. The finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Hey, Jimmy, we did it! We did it, Gina!
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Aww. Did Susie say that to you, Iris? I'm going to cry.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
What? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
It's free real estate.
Tendering our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was surely most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that the government's secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get the Inspector Gregson to admit what he's done, so... Gregson? Isn't that...
If I may say something to that point, it's, about the sounds produced in the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Are you... Oh well, is that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion the sounds produced by these two discs. were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be?
Oh, that's great. That's great. He wasn't giving him any secrets at all.
It wasn't Morse code after all.
What kind of code was it? Or if it was any kind of music.
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those disk containment minstrel secrets, sunshine?
Yeah, but Mason said that there was a music man.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. I was gonna say McGraydon. Now the man has admitted to his crimes. We have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. It's gonna bother me!
Miss Lestrade?
Yeah, my lord?
That which you've seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a green catalogue of depravity.
Maybe Iris remembers the entire melody. Who knows?
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on. Ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. World ain't fair. But if you wanted to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta start at home. Aww. And change how you are yourself.
Aww.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom again with her presence. Now, in regard to the murder of Miss Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Where's the confetti and the fireworks? Hell yes. Hell yes, this is like cocaine. Ah, delicious.
Yay! Woo! Big firework.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Awesome. Oh. Oh. Hi. Alone. This is a weird way to date somebody. Van Sykes.
On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Hey, no more Nipponese. Now he's Far Eastern. Or Eastern. Good. Good.
Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, we saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client.
And he's back with it again. Not that much progress, I see. But hey, a little bit of respect there.
You have curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
Does he?
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan,
We're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason.
Tell me.
To lock swords with you.
Wowie zowie.
Excuse me?
Wow.
Tell me more. Yes, they both have swords. I guess he's just interested in this guy's growth in the in the lawyer business.
To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese.
I knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! It was another Japanese person that betrayed his trust. It was exactly that. Motherfucker!
Big betrayal happened. Big betrayal.
Only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Oh my goodness, this is so good. So fucking good. So fucking good. Yes. Yes. This is great.
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
A story for another day.
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
I bet somebody close to him got killed by a Japanese man or woman, who knows. Well, he said man, so it was definitely a man.
It's safe for work, no worries.
Oh, you linked something? What's this? Let me, scroll down here. Get out of here.
Alright then, I'll wait for that day, if I must.
This is the most sequel bait I've ever seen. I mean, there's still a lot of mysteries. We still don't know why Wilson was killed.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me a cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
So dramatic.
So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
He's like a Japanese man being a lawyer. I want to see what the fuck up he's wrong with. Those people are not to be trusted. And then he's like, wait a minute, this guy, maybe I have to reassess my biases. Hey, Jenny, we did it. We did it. Yeah, it started at 10, dude. A whole 9 hours. Or wait, no, that's less than that. That's like 6 hours. At 10 a.m. They arrived here at 9:40 something or 30 something. Oh yeah, it took me 8 hours to finish this. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. But hey, this is vacation time. Better use it. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Hey. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Oh, come on, Gina. Come on. This ending is long? Good.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me. Right up until the end. Right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's all about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Jesus Christmas. Don't worry, we'll watch it all today.
No one's ever asked me before, see? Cut the promise I made. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been afraid of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts you when you lay you down.
I see that what they're doing here, they're connecting this with Sykes. He trusted someone so deeply that when the betrayal happened, his Kokoro became Brokoro. Here we go! Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and pay for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. In someone else. And when your gut tells you something, it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make me have had a lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. It's like you're flirting with me. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And when it comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Yeah. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you made. Kazuma, am I living to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Who this? Oh! I love it so much! I love this bastard so much! Well, what the deuce does a man have to do to get noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the roof for an eternity.
Yeah, it's Sholmes.
Ah, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. You people, with your incessant babbling.
You wanted to be noticed?
Mr. Sholmes.
Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see?
It doesn't... take that off. Where does he hide all of this shit? I assumed that you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was. But I managed to escape again.
Sholmes! Go to bed! Go to bed, Sholmes! Oh my god.
Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he aptly issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Narherdo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I fear. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Good in being cold as ice, maybe.
Great at being cold as ice.
Have I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you were having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us were fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, that's true. So I indeed have been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but... well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god. He's like, look at this, my limbs. My limbs are so cold.
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's supposed to mean? Why is so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper you made. Because anyone was found not guilty in the trial, he was working wins to end up dead anyway, that it's.
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
She'll be fine.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it. The Reaper's bit like... it's a bit like I'm stairs. I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah. I'm upstairs and God's what? God's the what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside.
Huh. Didn't take you for that kind of dribble.
Anyone who's got it wrong and one is off end of the stick. There's some cuffs like that bog trotter. What are rotten to the core. And at the end of the day, I'm upstairs make sure they get what they deserve.
Well, that's a feeling that I guess... You know what? That's okay, Gina. You can believe in that. That's alright. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Yes, it is.
boy, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal was a very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there?
Shum's falling animation is funny every time. It's so extreme.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris. My dear, I do apologize. What? Wait until I tell you what's happened. This pair of utter fools made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these idiots never noticed my presence at all. I had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you think you have.
Oh, Iris. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Iris, that was cold. That was fucking cold.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
He's so sad.
I'll be careful.
Oh no, you made him mopey. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box trucker's stuff for what was lug, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that, basically. Being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Aw, just calling him Otto. She nicknamed him. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Oh, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me at the slums. Something that makes some difference for 'em. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Aw, she's crying.
Nothing.
The prison carriage arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto?
Yes? What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. The tsundere. I've heard of this before in the animes. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase in Hertho missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Thank you. Say thank you.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. Here's a good advice, Ginny.
Aww.
Right, I see. Well...
Aww.
Thanks, Otto.
Aww.
Thank you for everything, what you done. For believing in me.
Aww. I'm gonna fucking lie down. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, why the indomitable pit pass?
Did she take something?
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial was all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley?
As usual, I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no mention of listening to any of but good news. Forever the optimist.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, does it? Does it?
Forever the optimist is Herlock. As for Ryu, just give me the bad news right now, and then give me the good news. So I can go, oh no! Oh yay! Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain finally stopped. It was a record level rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
A huge storm has left the seas really very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Susato! That's good news! Both of those are good news. Let's go see Susato. Wait, Dover.
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to see Susie off.
Aww. I'm gonna cry. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
What do you think I am, Mr. Narhoder?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked so.
Oh my god, Sholmes, you're the best. I don't. The great detective does it again. He's like, you know what? I'll just roll with it.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid the locomotive elementary.
What the fuck? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Yay, let's go to the trains. And now we're in the docks.
That took someone longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you?
Hi.
Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something. Hey, wait, what's that book? Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing?
Huh? Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were going to say goodbye to law, you, Susato-san. Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the people, Miss Susato.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? At the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I saw Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band is very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun if I could take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself at Mr. Winterbank's shop later that night.
I see.
And then... After Mr. Naruto had left shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper mat to make a peephole in the door?
As captured by photographic printing of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was one of the first important stat point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information could prove to be Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the peephole, through the hole in the door,
that met my eyes made my blood run cold.
Yeah, those sleeves, they hide many secrets. Many takedowns. Many shutdowns.
Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me.
Oh, wow. So even her faith was broken completely.
And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never do such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean? Including himself. Ba-dum-ts.
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, the people will be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned it that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. I knew at the time that what was I doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Jones. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. She's fucking great. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? Because you're a good boy, Ryunosuke. You're the goodest boy. My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Yep. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato?
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
This is so good. It's so fucking good. Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But then the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Also, what are you gonna do? What is this? You're ruining a good moment. That cringe.
Brandon keeps calling me submissive and breedable. What? What does that even mean? He keeps telling me that I look submissive and breedable and that he wants to breed me. What the fuck? Oh, stop. Don't call each other submissive. What? Submissive and breedable, you said? Mr. H, in my defense, I only did it because he was looking submissive and breedable. Guys, please stop saying that. It's making me very uncomfortable.
It's super
It's
uncomfortable.
not true. I'm actually dominant and infertile. Oh my god. Alright, guys, can we, go back to calling each other slurs? Okay, I know how to deal with that. I don't know what this is.
Oh, this is awful. This is so awful. I'm so tired of it. I'm actually tired of the whole breedable thing. I just want to fucking choke it to death. I want to fucking drown it. Completely fucking snuff it from its origin. I want to fucking drench it in oil and set it on fire. I hate it. Like a sack of kittens drowned. No! 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 Like a bug. like a fucking festering pile of freaking maggots. Damn. Jeez. Unbelievable. Also, we totally ruined the mood of this scene. I hope you're happy. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that we could have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Nahedo, you saved me too from my regrets. I love Susato so much. Susato, safe journey. Safe journey, Susato.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation of the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Nahedo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all. We're talking about secret government communications.
They're encrypted. They're encrypted.
No doubt they were written in a cipher to avoid being readily understood, should have they been intercepted.
A cipher? I see. So we could have never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite the zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Yeah. Someone would have figured it out.
Eh?
So...
Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait! Iris! What did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
Let's fucking go!
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
Oh, this is great. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius.
No, I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words don't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh,
It's in Japanese.
it suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code in order to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen chart of Japanese Morse code once before.
Really?
But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say the Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become the ever more important in the international communications.
I love you, Susato, so much. Susato, why are you the best girl? Unbelievable. Susato is like, Morse code is the future. Morse code is the future. Gotta learn it. And might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Yes, it may. Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
Oh my god. What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I'm going bananas!
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
Said the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications.
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be in 4 people's names.
A list of 4 people's names. 4 names?
The first is K. Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi, why? Why is his name on that disc?
The second is A. Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gurgusen?
Gurgusen? Gregson. Oh! Oh, that's so cool! Tobias Gregson. Gurgusen. Because that's how a Japanese person would have to translate it. Ah, so we see Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What does it say? What does it say? Is it Van Sykes? Is it Ryunosuke? What's the matter, Susato? Your dad?
It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Or Iris?
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
Or is it going to be the Lord Chief Justice?
The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, fuck. Okay. John Wilson. Alright, alright. It could have been any of those characters. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do you think this is a hit list? Do you think this is a hit list? Of people that they want to assassinate. It sounds like it's a hit list.
What?
Wilson. Yes, Jezebel was an assassin. It has to be a hit list.
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid it can't be. I can't be sure. Then after the form names, it reads, if I translate from the Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Oh man. Oh man. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought? The plot is so thick. The plot is so thick that all those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some sort, of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo came from.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Iris. I'm so sorry.
Oh, well. No. It's not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at UMA University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back into a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
This is fucking great. This writing is fucking aces, dude.
Oh dear, the ship is going to sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first port in Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You really going then, Susie?
We wish you safe passage, Mr. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Mr. Sato, I had hoped that you've always been at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Aww. Aww. I'm not crying. I'm not lying on the floor, welling out my tears.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris.
There's so many hooks to the next game.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Are you gonna throw me? Don't throw me, please. Don't tilt the camera. Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Well, that's not really the first time you met. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato?
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Goodbye, Susato-san. Goodbye. Anime.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Goodbye.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
The way I say Susato. Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to say objection at the end of every Ace Attorney. I know that for a fact. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. A railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Oh no! No! Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, and all the other trains had to wait at the stations.
Oh, really? We would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and that's how it... And now it was all your fault! Sholmes! Time for an objection. Huh? I believe a formal complaint shall be delivered at your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Sato...
You love defending yourself in courts.
Huh?
It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something not so outrageous. See?
These scoundrels. Objection! I'm Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Aye, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Ooh! Oh, these credits! Oh, this is awesome! Oh, these credits are... Dude! Hey, Shu Takumi, good fucking job! Bravo, you fucking master! Oh no! Baker Street all over Europe? Oh no! Used by Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work. Oh my god. He sold them all. Jesus. Also, Nuri did such a great job designing these characters. Manuscript is going tomorrow. Lily cooks me some breakfast. Anyway, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and separate cough. Oh. Aw, baby. Kitagawa did a great job. Kitagawa worked in Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, so that's why they sound a little familiar. This is great. Mm-hmm. It sure was. Lead planner, team manager, lead scripter. I appreciate you peoples. You did some great jobs. So Hosonaga probably left with Kazuma. I haven't seen him again since. Done nothing wrong. Only did his fucking eyes up ring refi. Aww. Oh, Soseki. So he's still on that ship, huh? Weird. I thought he would have left with his body. It'll be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I still think you're the main bad guy. A great clock, huh? Yeah, I don't trust you at all. Oh man, the modelers. Thank you for your hard work. That shit is hard. I'm in it again. Oh man. Character animations. My goodness. Oh boy. Good. Good. Oh god, these two. Disgusting. Well, looks like you're gonna be in time for a bit. Yep. Aw, good. Ah, you getting interested in that, eh? Hmm? Hmm? She in baby jail, alright. Oh, you're... And chose the life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. I would also not regret. Killing that man was worth it. Oh my god. God. Yeah, the Pat and Rolly, yeah, they look like siblings. That's why it's really uncomfortable. Yeah, he's alive. The bad bitch lives. Yeah, I hope he lives. Killing other millionaires. Killing other billionaires.
In a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes, wonderful encounters. Aww. Will return to you one day. Aww. What's your wish? Aww. Is the Daruma? Oh, that's cute! Little photo. Oh, this is adorable. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow, look at that. Getting really cozy with Shomes, eh? So cozy with Shomes. Very cute. Oh no! No! What are you doing? I hate this. Also, he's a little taller. What? Oh. Oh no. Oh. This is a great. These end credits are so freaking thoughtful. What the hell? This is gonna make me cry, isn't it? Because Naruhodo is going to continue walking forward. That's what's gonna happen. I can feel it. This is the setup. I can feel it. And it's gonna make me so fucking... it's gonna make me so sad. Oh, man. Also, I appreciate the full body models, dude. Extremely effective, and they felt snappy. Like, the trials are very long, but they're worth it. Oh, man. I knew it! Oh, this sucks! Goodbye, Kazuma! This fucking sucks. Yeah. Man, that girl got it rough. Man. Dual Destinies was just made by a different team, man. Can't blame it for how it is. And now he has the sword with the bandana. This is great. This is great credits. Yeah, it's just very different. It's its own thing. Yeah, I do have to admit that I would definitely rank this higher. I would even say I love it more than Apollo Justice. I really do. It's like all the ideas from the past games have really come together. I love this so much. This is so cute. This is adorable. Extremely charming. Oh man, are you gonna walk with us too? That'd be— yeah!
yeah! I'm so happy. Oh, and there he is. Hi. Hello. God, he's so tall! Look at how tall he is! My goodness! The credits image for him is the leg up. Aw, this is great. I love this. You're gonna take forever. You're gonna take long enough to shoot it. Ah, these end credits are so good. It's simple, but it's so effective. Oh, this is so cute. Oh man, thank you, Capcom. Make more, please. Please. God. Oh god, that was so cute. Oh yeah. Good ending. Would cry again. Very, very good. No! Awful. Disgusting. The worst. Now we... Oh, wait. No. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Tomorrow is another day. We will start this game tomorrow. Holy fuck, but I'm so curious. But no, we'll save it for tomorrow. Tomorrow we are new men. Yes, we have the second game to go. We only played the first game. Second game. Freaking a go-go, baby. And we're probably gonna see this. There is lots more. How long did the first one take? A week? You gotta understand that I've been playing a lot every day. It took me 70 hours to beat the first game at my pace. But right now we're going... Like... Let me see how long. Yeah, 70 hours. 70... It says 76 hours. But it's maybe more like 74. Because one time I did leave the game open by mistake. So Steam might be actually counting that as playtime. So it's not accurate. But holy fuck. That was a long case. That was really good. That was a really good game. And just like Apollo Justice, the first case, all the way through, had to do with the final case. Very good. Just like Apollo Justice. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Like, the very first case had everything to do with the last case. Well, not the very first one, but you know what I mean. The first real case in Britain. And not the investigation in the ship or Naruhodo's trial and, you know, confirming all the characters together with Kazuma. Yeah, we only saw the judge once in Japan. Holy shit. I really thought that we're gonna have, like, at least 3 cases in Britain and then, like, the 2 other cases in Japan or something like that. The first case gets brought back around due to Wilson. Yeah, the very ending. That was great. Fantastic game. We'll continue to, the second game tomorrow, guys. But for now, we got to sleep. We got to sleep. At least I will go to sleep. Oh, goodness. What a great game. I'm very excited for the second game. So yeah. Goodbye, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. It will be a good time. No alcohol required. Except for Van Sykes. He will definitely require some alcohol. Who betrayed that man? I must find out. Good night, everybody. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for joining the stream. Big appreciato. Goodbye, everybody. Good night.